Hey everyone on Twitch and on YouTube, I am playing more Final Fantasy XIV today, and I'm going to see about getting through all the rest of the patches. I'm not exactly sure how long that'll take me, mind you, but I'm going to see what I can do. So first off, let's talk to you. Ooh, more food. The last time we pretty much ended the Dragon Song War, so let's see what happens today. Master Carmine, you have come at a most excellent time. Invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that you have been present to receive it, but in any event. Sir Emeric de Borel, Lord Speaker of the Lord of Houses, I was to say, House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of the House Borel, cordially invites Master Carmine to dine with him in an estate. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord had broached the subject with you in an earlier date, and the arrangement for the peace conference were still being finalized. Of course, intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, but with the happy advent of peace, just plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? I like the second one. You would ask me? Well, I'm sure that as the personal friend of Sir Emeric, you are at liberty to wear whatever you deem appropriate. That said, when in doubt, a man unknown could do far worse than an alpine coat. At least that is what Lord Emilian has been heard to say. When you are ready, pray report to Stratagem. A man at House Burrow shall be waiting near there to escort you the rest of the way. That is hilarious, because they gave me an alpine coat not so long ago after I did the last thing. So, let's see if I actually have that on me. That's hilarious. Let's see, alpine coat. Do I still have that on me? Sort. I know I swore. Yeah, I have it. I have it. So, bam, alpine coat. You know what? I hate the colors, so to die. There we go. Bam. Perfect. Oh, that's better. There we go. I'm wearing alpine coat, so I'm going the completely wrong way. Why do I always do this? I swear, I always go the wrong way. They told me exactly where to go. I'm like, I'm gonna go that way instead. And closer we are. Greetings, well met, Master Carmine. I have the honor and the privilege to serve as the head steward of House Borel. Though, admittedly, our staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble families, being countable on one hand. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a man of action such as yourself enjoys nary moment's respite. The battlefield beckons even now, I am sure, but for this day we bid you lay down your burdens, raise a glass of peace and prosperity. Sounds good to me.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn. I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days. Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
Let's see. It wasn't all sunshine and lemon cakes. Why not join me on the next? Oh, perhaps a bit long for my liking. I doubt he'll be able to on this one, but that is probably like one of the better answers.
Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust. Alas, much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention. Someday, perhaps. By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you. May I ask a personal question? Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton?
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
For every ending marks a new beginning. From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did he. only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
All right, so inside the house. Okay, I was like, wait, where am I going? Normally they would just continue the cinematic and like let me right immediately into the house, but
Yes.
Is that...
Alize, Alphino's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder. 'Twas only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphino. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Alphino, is the Warrior of Light, is he with you? Don't go, there is something I must say. The Warriors of Darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the Primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelvatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
Zelfatol. Surely they won't let her. Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his Kyrugians. Didn't that bring Estinian back from the very brink of death? I'm uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to the matter whose conclusion we have yet the power to influence? Yeah, I'm just gonna take that. Let me get out of this stuffy coat. There you go. So the Warriors of Darkness and the Asians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning, and they might put her to the sword. Then when we first encountered them, both asked Nav when they were confronting Ravana. Gods, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Afino? There is much more I do not understand, but I know this, a primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alize risked her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Zurius, will you come to me to Zelfatol and help me stop Ixil's... Ixil ritual, there we go. Too many I's in one sentence. Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We've been willing to suffer the beastmen's intrusions into Kurthan lands to a point, but the summoning of a primal and an escalation we cannot abide. We'll have our fastest airship, Master Afino. The mountains of Zelfatol are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. Gesture is most appreciated, Sir Emmerich, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland after all, and Ixali dirigibles are not to be underestimated. No experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zelfatol by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I'll send instructions of a contingent of the Camp Knights to be placed at your disposal. They'll secure you a safe passage through the mountains and escort you there, thence to Zelfatol. So when men are unqualified to confront the primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixil. You should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmund. In the event Mistress Alize regains consciousness, we will share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over her and keep you safe. Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead. Alright. Camp Dragonhead, let's go. Thankfully, I can warp there. Right behind me. Right over there. I don't really need any supplies. I think I'm good to go. Have you everything you require then? Excellent. The entrance to the pass is north of Nadaland and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it's normally guarded by a score of Ixali warriors, I've been informed the House for Top Knights already dispatched them. The enemy's gate lies open. We need but walk through. Sounds good to me. Let's go. And by walk through, you mean literally just fly there. So I'll do that. Woo! So they're going to go and slay Garuda. What about the other ones? Oh. This is going to turn into I gotta stop them from slaying Primals kind of situation, is it? Master Carmine, Master Afino, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they are up to something. We don't want anyone interfering. Stand ready to escort you to Zelfatol and aid you as you see fit. Given the numbers we are likely to encounter, a two-pronged approach may be best. While the knights and I feign a larger attack to draw the Ixil's attention, I suggest you and yours attempt to slip past their defenses and locate the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, you should only have to deal with some few patrols, and if they are not, you may be forced to do battles with the Warriors of Darkness. It's a dungeon. Okay. Alright then. Well, let's hope that whoever I get in this party, okay, is good to go. It's a 4-player party, so it doesn't seem like it'd be terrible. The tank, on the other hand, needs to get ready. Hope I'm good for this because I just recently got the second shot and like I'm kind of a little bit iffy from that. And yesterday was my birthday when I was dealing with all the side effects, and yeah, it wasn't fun. That's why I didn't stream on Saturday like I normally do. But we're gonna see how this goes. I think I should be okay. I'm still dealing with some of it, but I think I can handle it. Party. Oh, we're just dealing with rocks. Okay. That's a good. Let me do that. Maybe back up from whatever. Yeah, that. Wow, they're running far. They are running far. They're still good though. They're fine. Yeah, that should help a little bit. I'm gonna place this down so I don't have to worry too much about healing them. Alright, now time to catch up. I don't know why, I just feel a little bit iffy on, like, people's locations right now. They are just pulling and going. Okay. They are not even caring. Do that then. Do this then. Oh wow, they are just going for it. They are just going for it. Okay. Was not prepared for that. Just get everybody an extra regen cast. That way I don't have to worry about healing, and I can just... Is it just dead? It's just... Okay, it's not just dead. Okay, I was confused about what was going on there. Okay. You... Whoa, I'm up in the air. Ow. That's fine. I think I'm good to go, because right now, like, dungeons, as I've been told, like, in this kind of range, I don't really have to worry about healing too much. I'll just get some healing going on, just so people are like, okay. And then let me get this going, so I don't have to worry about it. There we go. Do that, and then just get some more healing. Not healing, attacking. The other form. There we go. Alright, let's just keep up with... Oh, hello. Saw the spikes there. I'm like, what? Okay, let's do that. Do this. All enemies to deal with. I might as well just AoE this. Okay, go. Okay, I guess we're going back here then. Not that one. He's going to deal with this, and then this, and this. I don't know if that's good or not, so I'm just gonna do that. All right, I guess I just got it. Hello. There you go. Okay. Gotta keep tracking. Alright. That was easy. This one didn't seem terrible. 4 enemies to deal with, and probably a boss at the end, the usual nonsense. I hate that dog noise. I hate hearing that noise. It's like the one noise that they use. And I'm just like, I don't like it. Whoops, I missed the thing. There we go. Thank you for telling me about the device already, even though I already knew about it. Oh, they got wrecked. Okay. All right, there we go. Last time. Oh, hello. Medica, there we go. Do that, do that. This one isn't bad at all. This is actually... I don't want to jinx myself, but this one's ridiculously easy. There we go. What do you got in here? They're all gone anyway, so I get it. Ooh, nice. I got a player commendation. Probably because it was to a point where I didn't even need to worry about healing half the time. Yeah, it was doing too good.
Thank the gods. What happened?
I just killed a big one.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Asians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the Primal without us.
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Just what is your game? Leading us the long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
Enough, Jarumal. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we? You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
While you were idly consorting with the Asians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Asians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
That stings for them. Destroy one world, save their own. That, yeah, I hate that kind of trope, but that's what they gotta do. All things considered, we should be grateful to have survived that encounter. Do you think it could be true that to save the world they must bring ruin to ours? No, it matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever their reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Forgive me, this is neither the time nor the place for idle introspection. Nice can apprise Lord Emmett of our success, and we the Lord Commander. More importantly, I would like to see if my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I'll be at the congregation. No, I'm good. I'm gonna head there too. I'm gonna wait for the quest pop up, and then I'm gonna hit the warp button, and bye-bye. Get out of the snow, please. In some place a little bit more north, but there's like no snow here. So, I mean, there is snow falling, but still better than being in the snow, I get. I mean, I love snow, but okay. Yes, I love snow, but being like in a blizzard, not so much. Like being like able to like play in the snow, yeah, that's fun. That's fun, but being in a blizzard, just snow. It's like how some people like the summer because they like the heat, but if it gets too sweltering hot, that's a clear no. Too hot, too cold, both just no's. Ah, there you are. Shall we make our rapport? Yes, we shall make our rapport. Brings me joy to see you safely return to us, Azurius. What news from Zelphatol? Defeated a giant thing and then warriors. Then we are not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remained behind, Mistress Stola has been tending to Mistress Alize in your absence, and I'm pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show her to your room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She's a resilient one, much like her brother.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. When they told me you had departed for Zelphatol, I found that I could rest. The outcome seemed a mere formality, as did your safe return. Thank you, my friend.
I take it your mission was a success.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alice. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying Primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt Primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the Beast Tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the Beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power, death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alice and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the Beast Tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor-bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alice, you... You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
I swear she just only exists to be like, here's outfits because new expansions. To think that the three of us plumbed the depths of the coils and confronted Bahamut himself. Had I not been there, I would struggle to believe it. Shortly after we parted ways, I heard that she had taken to the road on her own, apparently on a journey of self-discovery. Precisely where to I never learned, though I suspected that was by design. Though she enjoyed hearing tales of our exploits, did she? My apologies for keeping you waiting. Alright then, shall we be off? The tower never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Praise the 12, she did not. Mother and father are rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. You remember that time at the studium where that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered, "Sister, please, she was not my..." Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light? So be it. Another time, perhaps. To be honest, Azure, I wasn't planning on seeking you out just yet. When I set forth on my journey, I did so with grand ambitions. As you may recall, I promised I would not disappoint you. I pray you will forgive me if I do. I didn't mean to ask about the carriage. New garments aside, I must say that you seem different. More resolute than when we last met. You have the look of a woman who is ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself or any such thing. I'm here today because I would regret it if I weren't, that is all. Fair enough, let us depart for the Waking Sands then. Ugh. And see if Ranjay can be of assistance. When will I be done with that stupid place? How many more of those notes I have left? I have 5. Alright, here we go. One day I'll never have to come here again. Not sure when that'll be, but it's not now, apparently. Alright, and down we go. To the building, please. Hey, when people stand next to, like, a quest prompt. Kind of annoying. You're on Jay. Apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Alphino, would that the scholar have been seen fit to grant me a knowledge of thy coming? What bringeth thee and thine here this day? Warriors of darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. Fade the black? Nope, it's just going... Yep, fade the black. There it is. I too have heard tales in recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces of unknown. How? You've been in here. Alas, as thou didst observe the service, but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have 2 objectives this time: to identify and remove the source of the beast tribe's crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Ixalis plans before they came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians did not have similar designs elsewhere of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day I did receive tidings most troubling across from the strait to Morothor. Orgamo stirreth, and there whispers the Lord of Crags near it. Ugh. Mere rumors mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou can ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. I must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let's consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook. Thank you for your counsel, Orange. Pray inform us if should you learn aught else. I shall. If I may, brother, Orange, is there anything else you would like to say? Alize? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you are normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I should make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Ardor had the power to break down the barriers between planes. That our words might be rejoined, I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I have heard tell of a promising tome. The Jeroen Oracles. Perhaps you could start there. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. And that's a place I could actually warp to without having to go a bunch of different places. Speaking of which, I just did a dungeon, so I might want to check my equipment really quick. There we go. Repair that, and then move on. Camp Overlook it is. Literally right behind me. At this rate, I have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Something about something that I accidentally skipped. Well, fancy that. Just when my kobold problems look to be coming to a head, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn turn up, itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. So our friendly neighbors in Ungomaro have got much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted one sniffing around the stores just now, like it looked to make off with an armful of crystals. I'll be darned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand to help us search for the camp for that little bugger, would you? Our Maelstrom friends seem nobly more agitated than when we first arrived. Do you happen to know why that might be? Kobold in the camp, you say? That would appear to corroborate Orange's information, yes. But to be so reckless as to infiltrate a Maelstrom camp and draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there will be time to think on this later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan summoning. That means finding and questioning this kobold. Alright, well, I'll take a look around. Let's check behind here. Nope. That was my first guess, so that's wrong. Can I get behind this building? Nope. I don't know why, but I feel like behind places is probably the most logical location for them to be in. I'm pretty sure I can't climb that one. Any ideas? Surely all this commotion can escape the kobold's notice. If he has any sense, he would attempt to quit this place, will he not? Good point. He might be somewhere around, like, maybe up there? Can I get up there? Behind that building. That Scott says he looks quite small for a kobold. Could he be hiding somewhere like this? Quite small? Maybe around here? No? Well, the idea that they might try to quit the place, let's see. Maybe behind this rock right here, maybe they're hiding. Let's take a look around here. Try over here first. I don't see anything here. Aside from a fade discovered nearby, because of course. Under that bridge right there? Oh, hi, enemy. You gonna bother me while I'm searching for this thing? Good. There you are. Well, it ran away. Definitely didn't get far. It got far enough to be completely... There you are. Figured you'd be under the bridge. I have nowhere to go now if you somehow run away. Just stay back. Away, far back. I'm not a... That's no use. Pointless, hopeless, no use. How are you getting away from me? Seriously, can I just, like, pick you up? Oh, it went back up? No, it's over there now. Never mind. Let's do a map. Let's see. So, wait a minute. Up? Okay, you know what? You know what? Let me just kind of get up there. There we go. So around here. Is it trying to get back in? Yeah, it's hiding up here. But please don't hurt me. I only wish to talk. Yes, just talk. I got. And it's running away again. Oh, catch it. Just catch it. Now it's over here. Okay, it didn't get far that time. I can see it plain as day. Hello. This was a stupid plan. Stupid, stupid, stupid. But if I tell no one, then everyone will... Yeah, he found me again. What to do, what to do. I come in peace, only to talk. Speak, say, talk. So please, please do not hurt me. So this is a wily kobold infiltrator, isn't it? Is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. You could very well give one a bruised knee. Huzzah, we got him. Fine work, Scions. So, little one, thought you could sneak into my camp, did you? Planning to steal my crystals, were you? No. I came to talk, to ask for help, but when your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I... No, let's take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What is your name, child? Pikmin Gabu of the 620th Order. At least I will be a Pikmin one day. Well met, Gabu. I'm Alphino, and this is my sister, Alize. Azurius, the man who found you, is our friend. And now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Bolin here thinks you wanted to take his crystals, Gabu, but you said you came to ask for help. Why to us and not to your own people? What happened to Gabu? Can you tell us? No one's gonna hurt you, alright? Not while we're here, I promise. The Patriarch, the Patriarch is gonna summon the Great Father again. And you have to stop him, beat him, fight him, stop him. Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others, but the Patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming, angry. He said that if we didn't have the iron in their hearts, that it would serve as coke for the furnace. And then the guards took my parents in the other's way. I haven't seen any of them since. Coke for the furnace? I did not want to believe it, but I heard tales of the folky fashion from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in the rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. By the 12, that is sickening. No one listens to Gabu, no matter how much he cries, pleads, begs, cries. They do not listen, only talking about punishing the overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gabu loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too, so please, help Gabu stop the Patriarch and save his parents. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan summoning is imminent. If the worst come to the worst, it will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Kobold stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, you'll forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready, just in case. Why did they spawn me on top of Alphino? I have faith that we have yet to stop the ritual. We would surely have detected an associated etheric disturbance in that Titan manifested already. I cannot speak for the prisoners, 12 have mercy, that they would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood. Brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gabu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. Heard Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them. If we gather enough, he will return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come? Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where these crystals are stored? I know. Oh, summer spots, each defended by a different order. Gabu wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come, Gabu will lead you to the first cache. He's all the way, well, not very far, honestly. Could technically just fly there, but right around the corner. Didn't get very far. Quickly. I'm right next to it. There we go. You just have them all? Good. Late on, Gabu. This way. Don't mind me, we're just taking your crystals. Go this way. The next one's slightly far, but not really. I thought there was like a cliff here. I can jump this. I really don't like this area. It's like all like green and like looted looking. It's like, ew. And it like turns everything green around it too. And so it's like, Get these ones as well. Time is short. If you have the crystal, you should move on to the next cache. You hear me, brother? Brother! Aye. It's just that... I'm quite certain that crate once bore guardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Coerthas to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into the Villebrand by another party, most likely a pawn of the Ossians, as Thancred speculated. I don't understand. Who are the Ossians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Never you mind about that. As allies said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gabu? Yes, of course. Gabu knows the way. The next one is last and very large, very big, very huge, very large. Pretty sure I said one of those twice. I don't know. And twice as in more than twice that what he did. So, moving on. Next one, we are out of time, so I'm just gonna fly there. And we're here. Well, this one, the cache is missing, so... Hey, you cast about for a lot of time. You see no sign of the crystals. Unfound it. What about you, Azure? Is any luck? Nothing. But this cannot be. Gabu saw them. Spotted, saw. Think, brother, think. They must have moved them, yes? The question is where to and why? Within Ogomoro, where they summoned Titan once before and mean to do so again, is the only explanation. What about Mother and Father and the others? We have to help them. We will, Gabu. We will. Stay calm. We still have time. They have yet to call for the remaining crates. Yes, if they had, they would have found all the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stuff has passed, so we must breach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There is no other way to prevent Titan summoning. But first, give me your crystals, that I might deliver them into Commander Napoleon's custody. You dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. The crystals is Arius, if you would be so kind. Here's all 2 of them in that box that had like 12. Thank you. I shall deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping and brief Commander Napoleon on this situation. I never once said his name right. Pray, go on ahead. As I recall, there is an aetheroid within the Ugamaru mines that should deliver you into the navel. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there. I shall rejoin you anon. Strange. I would have thought you eager to remain in the thick of the action. But this is what you prefer, then Godspeed, brother. This way, this way. Alright, I know exactly where I'm going now, so I don't even really need to pay attention to this. There's a fade here that I did like maybe 60 times. So I just gotta like fly around and go like a really weird way. Really? I gotta fight these things? Okay. I don't know what for, but they're gonna die really dang quickly, especially if they take that much damage to arrow alone. Oh, Order of the Twin Adder stuff. Okay, that makes sense now. That makes sense. Alright, so the door still doesn't open on that side, so what I basically gotta do is go this way and then go around. Go right over here and then here. I take it this is the aetheroid we seek? Right then. As soon as Afino arrives, we go. I trust you're feeling suitably heroic, Azurius. No telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. Quickly, you clods. Pursue swiftly, quickly. I will not suffer any further delays. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers here, but how did you? Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they? Mother? Father? Coke for the furnace. You monster, how could you? We are but servants of the Lord of Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he might draw upon the strength of his children and defend them from the tyranny of the overdwellers. No, Alize, not yet. I understand, Patriarch, I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair, whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering upon your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course. Cease your attempts to summon your god and work with us, together to build a lasting peace. Know the peace to be abandoned at the overdweller's convenience. Oathbreakers, all of you. Liars, betrayers, oathbreakers. You take and you take and you take, and then when you had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time is the last until you grow hungry again. And when we dare defend ourselves, you declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live. That our gods drain the lands of Ether and bring naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You've ruined your own lands. You will not ruin ours. I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. Say something, please, please. Please! Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up! I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Alphino! Leave him to me. We must away. By the 12, how could I be so foolish? I just should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were like to find. His anguish and despair had served the birth of Primal, just as surely as would the supplications of the faithful. Whereas being born in such tumultuous emotion, this coordination of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. We have one cause for optimism, and is that we may have many crystals were present. They represented but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave in the bleed land of ether, the stronger he will grow. And should Titan be permitted to leave Ogamora, more lives will be lost. Nelstrom would rally the troops and the cycle will continue. Sirius, you know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? Thank you, my friend. As I will attend to Gabu. When you have finished with the primal, it's just like, you know you're gonna do it. Look for us in Camp Overlook. We'll be expecting you. Fight well, Azurius. Fight well. Alright, so I like how I gotta do a hard mode Titan, which is hilarious because I already have hard mode Titan, so I've done this before. So trials, where would they put them? I can never find it. Where did they put them? Realm Reborn. No, Extreme. Where is it? The Naval Hard. The Naval Hard, which is level 50. 2 tanks, 2 healers, 4 DPS. So basically 8 people. It's level 50. Average item level is 57. I could probably do this by myself. I'm not going to, because chances are I'm probably just gonna die because of stupid, I'm gonna get knocked off the ledge for some dumb reason. But, yeah. You know, I think it might be better if I do it myself because, that's gonna take forever. You know, it's gonna be stupid. It's going to be stupid, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it by myself. Duty Finder. Naval Hard. I will do it myself. Undersized and not level sync. Confirm. Join. What do you mean no? Oh, speaking of, took it off. It's not even extreme. It's just me. So it's like, I'm probably gonna not wreck it per se, but if I don't, then I'll switch back off of it. But still, this is dumb to be doing on a stream, but if I could do it, I could do it. So let's find out. Any day now. There we go. I'll just do this, do this, do this, do this. Hello there. Do some damage to you. There we go. All right, let me do that. Do this, so I have more healing. Move out of the way, Asylum, so I have like tank-like abilities at the moment. Do this. I have like actually done this before, like just kind of messing around. So this is not that bad. I don't know if I'll be able to do Titan by myself, mind you, because of like his stupid I can knock you off and kill you attacks. But we'll see how that goes for me. All right, so I don't remember how any of this stuff works. I'm just gonna stand right here and do that. Okay. Do that. Okay, I'm gonna move from that. Because I know I could like die to like rocks and stuff. And I don't want to die to like stupid stuff, so I want to make sure to stay out of the way as much as possible. Because right now I could just fling off the ledge, so getting in places where I have less of a chance of doing so is better for me. Okay, do that, do that. Do that. Move out of the way. I just gotta remember that the AoE rings are bigger than what they usually say they are. I actually got hit by that. Okay, that's fine. Again, as long as I don't get flung off the edge, I'm okay. Okay, and now I'm in a rock. Now I just gotta wait. This is dumb. This is super dumb. Any day now. Even Titan's just standing around like, what? Okay, now I can... There we go. Run. Ow. All good, all good, all good. I just do this, do this. I could do a Benny, do this, and then there. Do this, do this. Move so I don't get punched off the ledge. Alright, what's this one again? Damage delta is reduced. Let's fix that. Or not. Surrounded by rocks again. And now he has no idea what to do because I'm in a rock and there's no other enemies around. There you go. I can move again and I'm getting hit by that. That's okay. I could just do this and this. Okay. Do this. And get back in that. Do this. Let's see if we can get rid of that. More damage I could do, the better. Time for a rock again. Time for a rock again. Joy. He's gonna end this by doing that one attack, so I'm just gonna kind of get ready to move for it. There you go. I always get hit by it, apparently, but it's okay. I can take care of that. Okay, let's not die to that. Let's not die to that. Alright, now we wait. As long as he takes damage when I'm not really doing anything, I'm kind of okay with this, but this could be much faster if I was with a party, mind you, but eh. Moving. Oh, hello. Time for rock again. Let's take care of that. Dude, really with the rock? Really with the rock? Come on now. Okay. Maybe now I could actually do more damage without having to worry about stupid rocks. I might want to take care of this though. Okay. Moving. That's fine. I did like 15% health. It's okay. It's alright. Let me just cast Asuna again. There we go. Yeah. That's fine, just do damage. I don't care about the stupid boulders right now. I care about that, though. Oh, come on. This is a battle of annoying temptations going on. Oh. Okay. Ah. At least it's getting really, really close now. I'm not really complaining too much. It's just tedious. That's all it really is. And by the time I get my recast for certain things, I'm already pretty much all set. So it's like, oh, hey, I took a lot of damage, but I could just do this. moving. Okay. Get myself this. Get myself this. Moving. Right about. Okay. Come on, get the other one off. It's fine. It's fine. It's at 20% now. I brought it down to 7%. And Arrow's gonna probably take it down to 19 before it ends. Yes, okay. That's fine. So once I get out of this, I'll just use a size again because, hello, it's back. I use a Suna because, yep. And then I'll do this. These are stupid stompy stomps. Moving. Alright, let's do this. Do this. This. Moving. I don't care if I don't get that off. I'm moving. Okay. Come on, let me get... Oh. I almost did 10% on that one. One more, and I'm good. Bring it down to 9%, please. That's close. I'll just use a size again once I come out, because of course. Thank you. That's holy, that's holy. Do this. Do this. I could heal faster. Do this. I could do some damage while I'm moving around. Oh, moving. Okay, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I'm kind of pushing it right now, but I got it, I got it, I got it. And... there. Did it! I just soloed Titan, and I feel happy about that. I'm right next to the treasure, please. Thank you. Oh, neat. I got a bow. I think I already had that, but whatever. I'm out of here. All right. Back to Camp Overlook we go. That only took like, what, 10, 20 minutes, give or take? Probably more than that. I don't know. I'm not sure how long that exactly... Oh, 14. It's really on my screen right now. It took 14 minutes to solo it. Granted, if I was a little bit higher level, might be a little bit of a different story, but oh well. Don't care about the fate. Ah, there he is. Did I not tell you he will return safe and sound? The deed is done then. Titan is no more. Good, there is enough tragedy this day. He has been like that since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us. He's made no attempt to respond. He is almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount this possibility that he succumbs to Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death like any other thrall, such as the Lion's policy, yes? You have the right of it? But we must not rush to conclusions. After all, once we learn that Azael's followers were beyond reason, many have been since laid down their arms and accepted Discard's peace. But we can but watch, wait, and pray. There is not to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one where it may never come to pass. What the heck just happened off screen there? Okay. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Commander Bulledin of Titan's demise, for example. Maybe you're certain that he'll be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? Sounds good to me. I'll fly like 20 feet. He's over here this way. Did it. Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men will be, believe you me. Regardless whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal is a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom that has lost a friend to one. Hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, like, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we lived to tell the tale. Only, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. I know you lot have places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane.
Who goes there? Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger, of you. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
see here.
He is quite a man, the Lord Commander. I shall have to thank him for his kindness. Truth be told, I was rather taken aback by it all. Given Ishgard's famous love of foreigners, I was half expecting the Kyrugians to berate me for bleeding. But I never heard an unkind word. Everyone there seemed relatively open and friendly, in fact, thanks in no small part to your tireless efforts, I suspect. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts, and thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too-delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
Excuse me? Okay, if that's what I think it is, that was unexpected. I mean, a little bit, but I guess I'll find out what's going on there. What ho, Azure? I trust you had a good night's rest. It's still nighttime, technically. I was but this moment speaking with Thancred and Ishtola via Link Pearl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which one had borne Guardian seals. It seems that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Emmerich believes that it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found. But we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the tribes, in case they are too flush with Guardian crystals, and with that in mind, I suggest we pay Range another... Wait, where's Alize? She was here a moment ago with Gabu. They really can't be that far. They're probably like right over here. That's what I figured. Let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it's any consolation, I've already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Boldadin. Something tells me you're not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there's been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander, and treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance, until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a darn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, and nor will Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry, Gabu, I truly am. You should have never been made to, and I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I could do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them, and never ever forget. Come along, little one. I will remember them. And you, Alize. Thank you. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. Thousand times over, there will be a reckoning. Why? The moment I read that, I'm like, ugh. I know I was going there, but I didn't want to see it in the quest thing. I wonder if I'll need to repair my stuff because I spent like 14 minutes. 1%. I spent 14 minutes fighting Titan by myself, and they only went down by 1%. I guess that's fine. Back over here I go then. You are still standing there. We have heard the glad tidings from Ogomoro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limzo Laminza may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him. Enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness can make matters worse. This is by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou did request, I sought out the Gurren oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though the corporate's use of the allegory defieth every single interpretation, the oracles paint the most disturbing picture. One of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all it is my lady Menphilius spake unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the sources are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call to flow into an endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die? In essence, aye, the verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner of the Warriors of Darkness described, give way unto a void which none may know, either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, than for in death there is life, the essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew. Save such at least is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then, gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak it further on the subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplies the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, and lest thou wonder as their motive, I would remind you that the Asians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ragar. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. I was about to say reflection again. It may also interest thee to know that their Guardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Elaine Royale's... I forgot how to say your name. Network of Spies, because it's not Royale. It's like Ryle or something like that. Surely you jest, and yet it's not so surprising, bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance. Well, imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Asians, assuming they even know or care who their new employees are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me, which seek out the resistance group to receive the crystals without delay. Azurius, Alize, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? I don't know why I stopped. Yes, the chorus. I should like to hear what they had to say for themselves firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Huh. Afino, Alize, Azurius, are you 3 listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. Cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were in the employ of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. And you have them, and in crystals too. What few remained? Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. It was bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where they would be received by members of the local resistance group. Since Sir Amaric's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned the shipments but a few moments ago. And here was the thing, I might be finally one step ahead of the Warrior Light and his little helpers. Wait a moment, so there is more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Elaine Royale, infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear to inform you that Tancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Estola next. If there's someone else, would you have me notify first? No, there isn't. Yeah, like, how would Ranger know that information? No one knew about it. What in the world has gotten into her? It's twice now that we have sought Ranger's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. Archon was one of the grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time as Levier stayed as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though, little Alamigo awaits. Or you could just ask. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. We're heading there. Just be like, hey, Alize, what's going on? Like, why are you, like, being suspicious of him? Like, what's going on there? And it's like, they could literally talk and put the pieces together. It's not that big of an issue. Because it does seem odd. And, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, because we kind of know things now. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me. It's been a long day. Did you have something to say? Ranger. Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, Azurius, if anything should happen, should be me who just know that I'm prepared to do what must be done. Right then, for more pressing matters, since we have no idea when Tancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. Sounds good to me. So to review, we were rapidly informed that members of the Alamigan resistance operating here have been taking receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be woefully unaware of the resistance movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It seems sensible to divide our forces, Azurius. Why don't you question the residents of the eastern half of town? Alize and I will do the same in the west. And afterwards, we can rendezvous here and share our findings. Alright. Let's see if anybody has any information. I swear everything in this town has literally been ask people things. And that's pretty much this entire thing. It's always talk to people here. Like, no one here has any presence other than being NPC dialogue boxes. Let me guess. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer Griffin's call. While he lit the fire in every little Alamigan's heart, it also inspired more than a few Odons to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder the Guardians won't stop until we're all under the yoke. Got nothing out of that, honestly. I see you there, going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin in his lot, I bet. Seems to talk a little Alamigo these days, folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Guardian. And what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they sent a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. I'm guessing the last one is up above. So let's make that little trip. Okay, let me just summon a dragon to get up higher. It's all good. Can I land? Can I land? Can I land? Thank you. The resistance. Darn if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to them. If you ever set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you, but I'm too old for the mass bedtime stories. This is our line. We got to be used to it. Okay, so something about a griffin, something about a mask. Okay. I mean, I got a little bit more out of that than what I just said, but let's see what they got, and maybe we could piece some more stuff together. Suppose I should ask you what you learned, but I think I already know. Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Mask. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamigan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is a group which should receive the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking the actions, I would speak with the settlement's leader for my suspicions. Mayhap let's just help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gundabald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead, shall we? I'm already acquainted because they have me talk to every single person in all of Eorzea. So I pretty much know most everybody at this point. Much as it pleases me to see you again, Azure, can I help but wonder if I should be worried? I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin. I know of him, as do we all. He and his master have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision, and they truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver his speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. I better have to do the dungeon. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. If I had to do the dungeon, that'd be annoying. How convenient. It's a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I'll stay behind and wait for him. All right. It's okay. I was able to kind of just get right through there. So the Sunken Temple of Karn's like right over here. It's not that far. It's an optional dungeon that I did off camera. It's like nothing special. It's just not even a quest. It's literally just a dungeon that you do. And all I really got out of it was just me getting some stuff for my hunting log. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within. Oh, please don't. I don't want to do the. Okay, good.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out. Building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us, and they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
How are we going to introduce them back to the party? I'll just have them look over and they're like, oh wait, is that them? Oh, neat. We're just gonna express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you, though it was pretty obvious you and Azurius would be fine. Crystal Grey has never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? I'm paying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Oda, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right, they smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at the great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito has severed all ties with the Crystal Braves and that General Roban has been reinstated, we resolved to make contact, but having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to the courier. Gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the Mask are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about the communication with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. Griffins mistrust the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? Curious, it is well known that we have no friends at Galermod. One would think that the man we saw beseeching all and sundry would join his cause and welcome our support. As I should say that the man you saw is not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if you are responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all, the secrecy of the impersonator, the mask. What? It's not as I'm making all of you wear one, and mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the, to a better sense of the man. For all the good it did. And now that you heard the whole of it, but tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. Resistance would never entertain such a ridiculous plan. The Griffin, well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence that he would not... That he would or would not... I cannot read that line. He would or would not do. There we go. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today is not the first to make the reference to the power capable of defeating the Empire. Mask may have made such claims of late, I confess. I had assumed to be more bluster. But in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is assuming you'll have us. And they're just here. Food! Yay! If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a Primal, we must need to obtain information while there is yet time to act. So then a proposal we question is double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if I were one of the Griffin's closest associates. If he were one of the Griffin's closest associates. And while he may not be aware of most sensitive details, he could probably tell us the master plans in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without suitable incentive. I'm reading the chat right now. I'm like, what is going on? I plan it as follows. You and Alpha Noah pose as adventurers following hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements that testify as your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part and might maintain the charade. Until we have him cornered, at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talbot, and to have him rub the respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? It all seems simple enough. Thank you. And with that, Azurius, let us be off. Okay, back to here. All right, Talbot. Let's give you some money. Give me bad clothes. I'm literally giving you money so you can give me really bad looking clothes. Hey, you want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Money! Oh, you're the ones with the guild, and seeing as you're friends with Halimo. There, tunic and slots for both of you, tailored and treated to your taste. Now off of you before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change and see at the spot of Halimo marked on our maps. You do that, and I will just kind of put them on. Once I could find them in my inventory. Okay, those kind of went into the not inventory. So great. Legs. Oh, wait, I have them right here. Never mind. Boop. And then this one. What was the other one? Weathered Shepherd's Tunic. Right there. Boop. They don't even look remotely dirty, aside from, like, maybe, like, the leg bits. That's fine. Yeah, I did the thing. I really don't need to do the... I can literally just fly out of here. I'm pretty sure I just crashed. Hello. Well, look at us. A pair of down-on-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Getting out of these clothes now sounds nice. Let's do that. Oh. Mel, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face. Besides, it's not as if it matters. I've long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So let's keep moving forward together, Azurius. You must find and secure those crystals. There's no time for looking back. If we take the Griffin's double out of his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zahardak, ready to be put to use by the Amaja. It must surprise Alize of all we have learned. I will join you in both Little Alamigo after I've changed. Dude, I literally changed in front of you. I think you're fine. But whatever. Why am I trying to teleport? It's literally right here. Where's that hole? There's that hole. Bloop. Wow, you also teleported. Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings? You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Edom and Palimo were here all along? Ristolo will be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zadarag without delay. Agreed. If there is aught else to discuss, let us depart at once. So they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on the stage wreathed in flame. Ere long, the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand by and ready and pray that the chance to seize, for never shall we know its like again. What is going on with that? They literally just warped me here. Okay. I confess, I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions. Not until we brave the bowl of embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you will make any final preparation, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Several cutscenes will play. It is recommended to set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Here we go again. Oh, it's a level sync thing.
This isn't right. The Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend defend me!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alizé!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. As Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at his, and defend this realm with all my might!
Let's finish this.
Well, they put me on a level sync, so I don't really think anything will be too bad about this, but let's see how this works for me. Alright, that, doop, boop, 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 boop. Okay, you are already wrecked, so let's just get rid of you. Bye-bye. I'll give myself this. Alright, so we do this now.
Soon enough.
Okay, let's get this going.
There's no escape.
Not really too much you could do there. Oh, they're back up. All right, well, that's a problem. Let me get out of the way. Do a little bit of this action. Okay, you're down. Get rid of you. Do this. Get rid of you. Alright, you need to go down because of the stupid tether going on.
No more games. It ends now. What? The chains! You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop! Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them! Make ready! They come!
Alright, let's do this.
I must have more ether.
So what exactly do I do? I'm hitting buttons. Okay, I'm still standing here, but nothing's happening. Do I gotta just go on these points thing? Nope. Where do I go? What do I do? I'm hitting buttons, but nothing is happening. I could just do that. That didn't do anything. What do I do? What do I do? The game is not telling me. It just says do it, and I'm standing here. What do I do? What do I do, game? What do I do? Hello? Do I just heal you? No, that's clearly not doing anything. I'm standing here, but nothing's happening. Do I... Oh. There we go. I just had to click on the blade. Never mind, I'm an idiot. There we go, I did it, and I'm already caught up.
It's not enough.
Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? Okay. Okay, now what? You can get out of here. Okay, now where is Blade? Okay. Let me do that really quick, game. But it's got to appear again. There we go. Okay, got it. Okay, we're well ahead of them. We're well ahead of them, so now I can sit here. Do this. Let's heal you. There you go. Now I just need just a little bit more.
Hurry it up, neighbor.
Okay, I just need one more go. Yeah, you're not going to do that well. We're good to go now. Okay, now your blade. One more time. There. You know what? Can you not? And got it. There we go.
'Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
No. Not like this.
Not gonna lie, there was too much crud on screen to see it.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt plains with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Come in, Philia.
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin's side. Watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor. Thank you, Lemmy, for everything.
It would seem that we are in southern Thanaland again. Minphilia's doing, no doubt. Made the 12 speeder on our way, and the Warriors of Darkness too. Cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. I wonder what will become of that. Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere. And this one I know full well there is yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I'll go back to Zarark and secure them. Moja may still be in disarray after the thrashing of the warriors of darkness it gave them. They are not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I'll see you at the Rising Stones. I should go find Eda and Palamo. They must have finished searching the mass camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Azurius. I know I am. If thou will permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with the warriors of darkness and the Ascian in white at the Great Library. Try not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even where your intention is pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. I cannot deny that the part feared me, you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way, know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins would forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, but that you sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Azurius, forgive me, but I believe the events of this day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto the refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stone. Until then, warrior of light. I feel like if we knew of their plight sooner, we might have been able to do something with it sooner. Like have Varanje just like be like, hey, how about we just go over to him, say, hey, our world was just completely destroyed or whatever. Can you help us out? See if we can get Heidelin to respond or something like that. But yeah, it was like pride and all that kind of thing. But still, at the same time, it's like, could have been a simpler solution, but sometimes simpler solutions just don't come to your head right away. So I guess it makes sense a little bit. Well met, Azurius. Aphanos said you would be joining us. It would seem that the Griffin's double is telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the mass camp. Did you perchance find one as a Zaharak? Actually, I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it. It's just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ada. Even now, I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. Only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. It was bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Afino, I believe it is past time Ina and I rejoined the Scions. We have been away for far too long. Though I'm loath to lead the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation will benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions on many challenges that you have faced in our absence. God, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. You should be glad to recount them, and Tatsuru's tales may well surprise you. Ida, Ragari, praise, it is you. Ida, alive and standing here before me in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now. It hasn't really been so long you don't remember me. It's Gundabald. Fought beside your father in the Revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. The resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission. Until the day she up and vanished, that is. There are rumors and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. I'm sorry, they were still the circle of knowing back then. Right, anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I gotta hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her, it's been a very long day for us all. I promise we'll visit again at the first opportunity. Let's return to the Rising Stones. This is not the Waking Sands. Take me for giving you that mask. Now I can warp to Revenant's Stole and not use a stupid envelope. Yay! Welcome home, Azurius. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Estola and Kryl, and brief them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return the Rising Stones at the earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future. It would seem meet. What? I think there was a couple words missing there.
Back in the solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Minbreda.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the Primals and the Elder Gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is wholly objectionable, and we've always got him to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I, for my part, shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light? Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Okay, well, yes, before I continue further, let me end this quest. Look at them, Azure. It's the signs of the Seventh Dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we suffered, the tragedies we overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. I know that we will find out together.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand. Thank you. I shall guard it well.
There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. Coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. Hello? I've given them everything they desired, all for which they prayed. I doubt you could say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then. Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to the survey of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered me unto a gift, which I do now present to you. The eyes of Nidhogg, many were the canon is considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. Men of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whom breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes for weal or for woe. These stupid things. So I was here all along. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. You exist again. Oh boy. Fun times. Mic check, mic check. Alright, let's see if I could do something about this. I'm getting tired of this not working right. Okay, what about now? Hopefully I exist again. If not, then I'm gonna be annoyed. Mic problems again, still. Azure, it's just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet with me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. The Diamond Forge? Okay. Honestly, again, it's still faster to warp out of here paying 70 gil. There we go. I think I have an idea what my mic problems might be. And by I think I have an idea, I actually don't really know. And honestly, while I liked the idea of being able to edit like that, I'm probably not going to need to. So I am just going to keep everything to one track and hopefully it'll just be fine. If not, and like it keeps happening, then I have no idea. But I hope like at least most of the stream had my voice in it. Because I did like a quick recording check, so I have no idea. But either way, if it exists in the recording, then I'm okay. Sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Alright everyone, ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, you just might want to close your eyes. There, all finished. The warrior likes every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. Oh, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Azure. It's all in good time. Aha! Found you. Alphino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense of keeping everyone waiting.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric, and encourage him to send an envoy. Tataru, Krile, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Right then. Go to a nice most heavenly. Be like, Sir Emmerich, things are happening again. Please tell me I warped. Yeah, I did. I was gonna say, did I warp to the right one? And I did. Oh, this person's named Metal Gear. Is their last name Solid? I really want to know. Examine. Metal Gear Solid Snake. Oh, come on. I can't talk to you across the table. Greetings, Warrior of Light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I'll summon Sir Emmerich. It's good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity I must be under such circumstances. As Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. My suit isn't that urgent, is it? But to business, I thank you for bringing these developments in Little Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will, of course, send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make, not mine alone at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly. I would still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Would you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handleloop that he is the lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Azure, pray accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I'll have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the gates of judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. Sounds good to me. To the gates of judgment we go, which is... honestly, I feel like it'd be quicker just to warp out of town and then just fly to the gates of judgment. But... Alright, let's get out of here. I bet it's been a while since I actually left the city by actually leaving the city. I wonder how long it's been. Wait a minute, I gotta talk to you to leave the city, don't I? Yes. And now we wait. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I shall act as Ishgard's envoy. Not I can see that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, now with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's book of statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. But I did attune to everything. Ah, whatever. I don't care. I did attune to everything, I just don't, whatever. Alright, Camp Dragonhead we go. I probably just didn't see the click because I never really look at the list. I always just click on where I need to go for quests. Maybe some point I'll actually study all the warp points and actually be optimal about it, but whatever. Whatever can I do? The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Azarius? You may see a familiar face. Azarius, old boy, how wonderful to see you, and Sir Emmerich too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I'll have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Anwa. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Let's go, Lord Commander. Those villains hardly need any excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel on the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with little help from the veterans with Anwa's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. Off to Gridania with you. Someone at the Square Enix marketing department, or just like the one that was making that graphic, was like, man, this painting looks so good. I'm like, that looks so out of place. It looks so out of place and bad. I want it. All right, and thankfully I don't have to go too far. Dimlag duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now, as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. Are the non-cold, mind you. Seems we're here to have an escort to Lotus Stand. Pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. It's like that we're the last to arrive. Let's announce ourselves, shall we? I would imagine you're the last to arrive because you are like the farthest away in terms of like distance. So I wouldn't really feel too bad about that. They may walk there, but I don't. The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Excuse me? That's not how sentences work. Very good. This way, if you... and the limousine party as well. I'd hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. Azarius, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Master Azarius, I was glad to hear from Royal that the missing scions have now been found. There is much and more I will discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, The Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
That the council was able to reach into court so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. Only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good, you have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Emmerich. Master Alphino, a pleasure as always. Mistress Alize, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption, I had hoped to thank Azurius for serving as our escort before other duties called him away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord, I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Sugiri. I'm most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance's leaders are plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. Well, I did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray and convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. You must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make speech out of everything? That's how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who would like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Evidence told you, Gary? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalimo and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylphs. Not to mention what has been going on in Balser's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. Time to warp yet again! Welcome back, Azurius. I don't know about you, but I'm hardly glad that all the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? You don't ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother's willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. I was about to say will not be here long. Technically, no, because it'll be a cutscene, then we'll be away. Ah, you are returned from the council. What of Alpha know? Did some matter require his attention? My apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her. Someone knows soon enough if there's a change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm certain she'll make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now mayhap you would share with us the council's decision? Each of the nations Ishgard included is committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean alliance will soon have the sufficient force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I would like to be the Imperial cop between the Resistance and the Alliance. Yeah, you cannot seriously. Let's not simply go to war with the Garlean Empire. I said that wrong, but still. Quite, open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon his reckless course. It may not be entirely unreasonable. There's a network of tunnels beneath Balser's Wall. Secret passages dug by the Resistance provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I'm familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. Not as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It's funny because everyone's like, yeah, I'm gonna go too, and it's like, none of you are gonna be in the dungeon, most likely. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Try now or direct our energies elsewhere. What are you, Leviers? I'll return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, it would seem wise to be on hand. I'd like to prevail you upon to accompany me, Azurius. Gridania will be safer for your presence. And while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask you to remain at the Rising Stones, pass on messages, and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. Suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorne Hut without delay. A nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Belsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at the top. So it is a dungeon. I was kind of joking, but I figured it is a dungeon just by that. Alright, let's see if I need to do anything really quick. Hawthorne Hut. Yeah, that's not far from here, so let me... Yeah, I'll just warp to where I need to go first. Because I could repair my equipment there faster. Not that I really need to, but I just want to check. Actually, it's all in the green. I'm fine. Alright, hello. Azure, there you are. Come. Amarisike Spire awaits. Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We're about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We have the griffin by the scuff of the neck before you know it. You make your mind eat. A nary moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? It would seem the best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalimo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Ah, some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. You know, I find it kind of neat that, like, this particular quest line, they're like, technically they didn't put me on the front line, but given the fact that it's most likely a dungeon of sorts coming up, more than likely I'm going to be doing things differently. I don't want to do the thingy. I just want to land, please. Thank you. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers. You'll find them at the observation platform. Pray proceed. Oh, they didn't want to animate us going up the thing. Greetings, my friends. It's just good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I dragged half the watch here. See, the sight of you might help him remind him why we bothered. If memory serves, I've not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. Disheartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in a common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. All it took was somebody saying something. Report. What? Fighting's broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. What's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course, the wall is never the Griffin's target. It was bait. They've been goading and deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive our scouts, the Empire will surely think we launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace with the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, will be plunged into chaos. Seriously, we must make for the wall at once. What, just the two of you? Hello, Warrior of Light. Our companions embarked on a mission to dissuade a Griffin from his course. and are likely halfway to this command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid a skirmishing, it may be yet possible to reach the Griffin, and if we do just that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear to silence to safety? I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us all through the storm. Forward, comrades. The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. Okay, I guess I'm just going to go a couple feet. From what Papalamo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straight ways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there was any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path to the Griffin. Make them see reason by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste. If anything proceeds according to plan, Hilda and I will then swoop in and spirit us all the way to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. And it's duty time. Wait. That was way too quick. There we go. It still felt way too quick. I'm gonna withdraw again. Drawing from duty 3 times a day, whether it be from withdrawal button or allowing the timer run out, will incur a temporary penalty preventing you from registering for duty. I'm gonna hit commence. Stabby T. Is his name Stabby Time? Stabby Tabby. That's funny. It's only a 4-party, so I don't really see this being that big of a deal. As long as pools are decently small, I'm pretty sure we'll be all right. And as long as you don't die too, that's also good. There we go. Yeah, I kind of messed up a little bit there, but I think I'm good. Let me deal with that. Okay, you're just gonna go ahead then. Let me get extra healing because you're draining health way too quickly. A little too quickly for my taste, honestly. Okay, got that. Okay, give you this, give you this. You need that cape. There we go. Oh, whoa, whoa. That was weird. My game decided to make me go around. Alright, good there. You just use an ability to just speed over to the terminal. Makes sense for me. Okay, let me move it. That's cure. That's the wrong cure. I could have done that like 2 seconds later and probably got a better result out of it. Oh well. Time for Oli. Oh, hello. Let's not have you die now. Do this. Alright, good to go there. Trying to activate the terminal and hitting his people. This platform is like sized for like actually, yeah, I was gonna say. Okay. Get off my screen, please. All right. Doing good. Ow, that hurt. Is that Lou from earlier still there? Wow. Okay. Oh, everything's dead already. Okay. Works for me. Interact? Oh. Key. Oh, you're just gonna keep going? That's fine. Make sure to give you that then. Get a little bit of run action going there. Do this. Okay, and then you. Okay. Did I not grab that? Okay. I was gonna say, what? I'm not surprised. Honestly, I'm really not. He said the thing, roll credits. Ow. What?
Sloppy.
Ow, that hurt. I got it.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy. For our amigo!
Ah. What? I was behind it! Excuse me? I was behind you! I legitimately was behind him. Ah. He just dies. Oh, I got a player commendation. Neat. What's that grunt I just heard in my left ear?
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells! Do you hear that?
War machines! How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Gods, help us. What are we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful.
Cool. What? No. Awesome. Awesome. Better just star me on that cinematic. If I had to do that entire quest again, or I missed out on the cinematic, I'm gonna be annoyed. Granted, the dungeon wasn't hard by any means, but still. It's a cutscene. You can wait to log me out. Okay, cool. It starts me literally from the cutscene. Awesome. So I can skip text. The folly of MMOs. It's just so funny hearing stuff get cut off.
So,
Let's get back to where I was in the cutscene, please. I get to watch people die again. Fun times.
there's no...
That's about here. Oh, really? Like the direct end of the cutscene.
Mighty Ralker, grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal? You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The Primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tipsmati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
You don't give me a choice like that, game. Don't. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Palimo was my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ada. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Luo saw wore the same look right before the end. You think I don't know that? I know, all right. I know. There's nothing more you could have done. The bird caught us all off guard. Even Azurius was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Palamo strove to protect, or lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ito and me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. People died. Quest complete. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Ishtola when the others of our imminent return. It would seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Behind the griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. By the 12. I don't understand, and to attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever our last resort, as I am certain Papalimel was aware. Thus did the people follow in the footsteps of his master, even until the grave. I have yet been unable to explain how Uber came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the Sea of Clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind expected ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. It mayhap was the work of an Ascian, but now is not the time for idle speculation. I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to come to much sense through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What? Without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive Archon Ishtola her brevity. She seeking employment lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. His desire to comfort Ida doubtless compounded her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, lady, as I only I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret will be a poor tribute to Palimo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. That achievement is... ugh. Serious, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before. Communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the Primal, of course. As of Vishtola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seer Dallas shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I'm told that Sid Garland has been called in to add to his expertise to proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones to Tatoo's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand. They had to make that line rhyme. It was just like, what?
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man. Are you all right?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Alright, well, let's go to here. Oh, where am I going? There we go.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanal since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it,
I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
Why are you asking me?
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Alright then, well, seems we're waking Omega up for some reason. That I don't like. Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Okay. Question mark present. And the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alize is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Don't you mean let us away? Why am I literally teleporting like half the screen over? Whatever, I can... You know what? Screw it. Warp. Wait, no. What am I doing? I could use this thing. Ah, there's an airship landing one. There's an airship landing one. Will I have to sit through another loading screen if I do that? How did they get up there? Oh, okay, it wasn't that bad. Are they up? Oh, they're right there. Serious, Alphino, ready to go? That rhymed. The others just stepped out into the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of the man poking out about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are, well, here they are now. Alright, I think that's everyone. I'll set course for Cogna now. I'd ask that we delay our departure slightly. I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain a clear understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. We have link shells, dude. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. Alright, while Alphino speaks to his colleagues, I shall fly Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. My apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Justola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I may be able. Zarius, pray accompany Alize back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Alright, everyone heading to Mordona's welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. There we go. I was like, game. Yes, I am. Oh, we're just here. Okay. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones then? Where are we? Oh, okay. We're not that far away from it, but I'm still teleporting because it would have been nice if I just got dropped in the square or something.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Ugh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in Magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Azarius, wait, can I speak to you for a moment? You remember when I had you meet at the Diamond Forge and we, ambushed you? Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now if you like. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So how does it feel? You're not just saying that, are you? I can tell you how much this means to me. Can't tell you, bleh. To grab something crafted worthy of the warrior light is, well, let's say it's all makes practice worthwhile. I also sewed in the blood pearl charm to, bring you home. May it always protect you. The stats on these are terrible. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Yeah, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well, I'll remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphino, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Stola and Kryle? A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartano Expedition Party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Zurius, Ida, and our Dolmen friends will take care of the security. Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone's ready. I'll feel bad if I don't. Okay, and then you. I'll put it on, but I probably won't show it. Okie dokie. We just have the Excelsior pop into existence. We haven't far to go. If any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Kosetsu graces the decks with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard, given the Elaine Royale was still active when Omega was discovered, and be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. Nero deemed it the obvious solution to a threat posed by this new Primal. It's not possible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we've been flying into a fight. Oh. Stupid instances. There we go.
where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
All right, well, let's do this.
You watching, Caballero?
No retreat. No surrender.
I have you.
No holding back.
Leave this to me.
With soul and steel.
This one'll sting. An opening.
Oh my gosh, there's so many fodder.
It's
all over now.
Your defense is lacking.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
You watching, Caballero?
No retreat. No surrender.
Surrender. We have you outnumbered. I was wrecking you so hard. Wouldn't it be the first time? Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I could lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they had magic tech armor. Forward for the Empire. Elnor's Cur thinks to abandon his men. Shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. Time for guns!
This one'll sting.
No retreat. No surrender.
Tis my right to strike!
You watching, Pavolino?
Leave this to me.
Hello.
I have you!
It's all over now.
An opening.
With soul and steel!
No holding back.
Your defense is lacking.
Okay, got that one down.
Samurai of Doma!
Bye-bye. You too.
This one'll sting.
No retreat. No surrender.
Aw, moved. That's fine.
Tis my right to strike!
Just kind of like, okay.
You watching, Pavolino?
Leave this to me.
I have you!
And now time to die.
It's all over now.
Do with this. Letting me cast a spell will be nice.
An opening.
With soul and steel!
No holding back.
I literally stood on that AoE just so I could do more damage to you faster. Did not care.
Your defense is lacking.
And that's about
Look
it.
upon a samurai of Doma!
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega's sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing? I suppose not. All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose. Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. Makes no sense. We needed to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurling towards Kassoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I said Kassoon. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait, we must first... And that other seed seer is expecting us. Worry not, Alpha, no. Kosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. Why, thanks you, Gary. Council reconvened a short while ago. Let's make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. That took a while for the game to load that. All right. Always in the Lotus Stand. I know it's going to happen. I'm going to talk to somebody. It's going to be like, there's going to be a lot of cutscenes. Or not. Our friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. You indeed could have discharged your duty entrusted to you. Most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Seats here. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after our launch. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing. That much is certain, but I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived. From the mist rose a great dragon. pair duly set about each other in the skies over Griarabanya. The Primals might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics I have never seen, and hope to never see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eyes seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us would think only of Bahamut when looking upon the Primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of Far Eastern legend. We have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Griarabanya side of the border. Aye, which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Terrapin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we had the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself would join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engage Omega stasis systems, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them. Say perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the resistance representatives in Griarabanya. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem the only logical to seek an alliance. Given the inevitability of the Imperial retaliation by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest I retire directly to the Rising Stones. I wonder if we might first make a small detour? Stola and the others are gathered at Amercer Spire, and I imagine that you two would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the moon is gone. What is this decided then? Lead on. Lead on as he walks away. Alright, let's go over to the spire and see what is going on.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primals shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbert's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilbert all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them. I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Elise to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimos' laws, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on the road she has resolved to walk. Let's return to the Rising Stones. We had quite the story to tell to Taru and my sister. I always stumble on Papalimos' name. I don't know why. Because I swear everyone pronounces it differently. Really? You're putting credits here? Skip. You may have mentioned, but Alphino has apprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. East has chosen our path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict. In any case, once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Gridania, we have the little choice with the fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those who might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. Quick march, the Imperials will soon come to their senses. We must be ready to face their retribution. It is almost time, Father. I almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe would dislodge me. Very well, Ilberd. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Balser's wall has fallen for the Eorzean alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues. Though both yet elude us, my lord, the battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. He's sleeping? Unknown. My spies told me the Domans call it Shinryu. That it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. All right. Well, so I have a late birthday party to attend, and I wanted to get through the rest of the Dragon Song War post Heavensward quest things, and I have done that. So, anyone who's watching, thank you all for coming. And I had a very good time with this one. The story is like it's definitely still better than post ARR. Still better. I mean, this one had like a little bit of kind of too slow moments for my liking, but it was fine. Like, it wasn't that bad. But yeah. Again, thank you all for coming. Whoever was watching. Still a nice time. Still a nice time. I like doing these, and I will continue to do that. But for next time, shall go in for some Stormblood. See you all then.